Oh my goodness. Hi, everybody. How are we doing this morning? Sorry about that weird little glitch there at the beginning. I forgot to put my face up there. Anyway, how's everybody doing this morning? What are we working on? I am going to be working on chapter 3 of Project Reaper. I am making very slow progress, but it's progress. How's everybody doing in their projects? Let me know in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and pull up our timer and the wheel because we're going to spin for a time this morning. Does anybody venture to guess how long we will be spinning for or sprinting for? All right, I'm going to venture a guess, and I'm going to say that we're going to get like 45 minutes. So I'm going to spin in 3, 2, 1. Could not have been more wrong. All right, so we're going to do 25 minutes. We'll have a nice little warm-up sprint. Hi, Kingston. How are you? Are you going to be sprinting with us this morning? All right, I'm going to go ahead and start the timer. I hope everybody is ready to go. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. All right, how did we all do? How's that sprint for everybody? I see that we had a couple more people pop in, so just go through these really quickly. Kingston is working on chemistry again today. Very cool, very cool. I am not a chemistry or science person, so you are doing some real hard work right now. Hopefully you can get a lot done during the sprints today. Tanya stopped in. Hello, you were going right to work. I'll probably jump in a bit. Yes, I like to jump right in and get busy. Yash is here. Hi, Yash. How are you? I hope I'm saying that correctly. What are you doing? Well, Kingston is catching up on AP chemistry. I am writing. These are just general productivity sprints. So I like to do these so if anybody needs to get any work done, they have like a designated time to do it and people to kind of support them and everything while they are doing that. Kingston had a good sprint. How much work did you get done, Kingston? I ended up writing like 145 words. I feel like these first sprints I kind of just like used to sort of warm up a little bit, but I also needed to like read through what I've already done. So I used part of the sprint to do that. And I'm trying to be a little less precious about the word choice that I use, just so that I'm not like scrutinizing every single word that goes in, because obviously this first draft thing, it's going to have to be rewritten anyways or edited anyways. So try not to be too precious about it this first go around. Should we do some trivia quickly before we jump into the next sprint? Kingston likes some trivia. Okay. Let me see if I can find some good trivia questions. I'm having a hard time finding a good one. Give me just a moment. Let's see. Okay, here's a good one. What was the first Pixar movie? Tanya says, sure. I've never been good at trivia. Yeah, I feel like you're either good at trivia or you're not good at trivia. And I feel like it depends. For me, it's like, what is the topic? Because like anything with geography or like just like random facts about random stuff, I could be okay at. Kingston says Toy Story. Tanya, would you like to lock in your answers, or anybody else who's in here? Feel free to play along. Okay, I asked what was the first Pixar movie? No idea. Yeah, I had no idea about this either, but actually Kingston was right. It was Toy Story. So good job, Kingston. We'll do some clap emojis in the chat for you. Really? Yes, really. They had a banger right out the gate. Yes, they did. They certainly did. All right, should we do one more trivia question and then we can jump into the next sprint? I think she means if you're asking about this, I think she means that they had a good one right away because it was a popular movie. All right, more trivia. Anybody else care to share their opinions? We'll go ahead and find another trivia question. All right, I have one more trivia question for you guys. Originally, Amazon only sold what kind of product? And we'll just Okay, so Tanya says books. Kingston says furniture. Tanya's correct. They only sold books at first. All right. I am thinking we'll just go ahead and jump right into another sprint. I've got the wheel up on the screen. If you guys would like to guess how long we're going to be sprinting for, I'll give you a couple seconds to put that in the chat. And then we'll spin the wheel and we can do another productivity sprint. Good job, Tanya. Kingston says 40. Tanya says 45. All right, I'll give anybody who wants to guess 5 seconds, and then we will go ahead and spin the wheel. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Answers are locked in. "30 minutes." We also had a guess for 20. Yeah, so nobody got it that time, and I don't think I guessed. So, and I do remove the option once we've already done it, so that we are going to get it twice. But I will go ahead and get the timer updated with 30 minutes. Hopefully, we get a longer sprint next time. I don't really like these little mini ones as much anymore. All right, is everybody ready? We feel good? All right. If everybody is ready, Tanya says, let's go. Ready. All right. If everybody is ready, we will focus in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Okay, so how did everybody do during that sprint? I did around 205 words. I'm like slowly starting to pick up speed just a little bit. I'm hoping during the next sprint I can get a lot more done. Yash says, I am a metallurgist. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but I hate chemistry. I have no idea what that means. So please tell me what you are talking about if you are still here, of course. Yeah, same, Tanya. I have no idea what that means. Hi, how are you? What are you working on today? Kingston did good. That is great, Kingston. What exactly are you working on? Is it like an assignment for school or a project, or are you just studying? What's the deal there? And Tanya, you never told me what you were working on either. If you're still here, feel free to let us know. Tanya is doing some planning, mostly administrative stuff. Sure. Yeah, I can understand that. It's a good boring life stuff. Yeah, it's always good to set that time aside for those things. I like to do those on Sundays because like it's just like the start of the week. It's easier for me that way. But yeah, it's like one of those like necessary things that you can't really avoid. But it's good that you're getting those things done now. Kingston is studying and getting ready for a test. Okay, when's your test? And how was your birthday, Kingston? Did you do anything fun? I know you were in our stream on Wednesday on the day of your birthday, but do you have any like fun birthday plans or anything? In the meantime, I'm thinking we'll do a couple more trivia questions if everybody is feeling up to it. Let's do that. Okay. Kingston said it was good. My plans were downloading Pinterest, Snapchat, and Instagram. Sounds like you had a good birthday. All right, let's do some trivia. I am going to put the questions in the chat for everybody so that if you, because sometimes I speak kind of fast. So if you would like to know the trivia questions, they will be in the chat for us. The first question is, who was the first person to reach the South Pole? Who was the first person to reach the South Pole? Okay. So Kingston says Robert Wilson. Tanya says, see, this is the kind of trivia I don't win. I could cheat, but I won't. Yeah, I can understand that. Unyielding Gale says the guy who lost his way to the North Pole. Just kidding. That's kind of funny. Okay. So if everybody's locked in their answers, the answer to that question is actually Roald Amundsen. I hope I'm saying that correctly. I will put it in the chat for you so that you can see. Roald Amundsen. All right, so one more trivia question. Let's see. Ooh, this is a good one. Which country was the first to give women the right to vote? Which country was the first to give women the right to vote? Does everybody have their answers locked in? I'll give you 5 more seconds. Which country was the first to give women the right to vote? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we've got a variety of answers here. Kingston says the US was the first to give women the right to vote. Tanya says Switzerland. Diane says India. So actually, none of you are correct. The first country to give women the right to vote was actually New Zealand. It was New Zealand. Should we do one more trivia question? And then maybe we could jump into another sprint? How do we feel? What do we want to do? Yes, very cool, very cool. They are, I've been there. Actually, I lived there for a little bit. They are a very progressive country. Sure. Equinox says, how many books have you read? Honestly, I couldn't tell you how many books that I've read. I've read a lot of books. Now, I'm going to check my Goodreads to see what I've already read because, okay, so Goodreads says that I've read 206 books, but that's just since I started tracking how many books that I've read. I know I've read more than that, but I don't, I know when I was like going to fill in like how many I have read, I haven't actually remembered all of the ones that I've read before, if that makes sense. So Tanya wants to do some trivia. Hello there, love from India. Hello, how are you? Which festival do you like? I don't know. I like music festivals. That's about the only festival that I ever really go to be honest with you. All right, let's do one more trivia question. And then we will jump into another sprint. This one is a good one. This one's a good one. 1 second. Okay. The question is, how many people have walked on the moon? How many people have walked on the moon? Give you a little bit to lock in your answers. I don't know that I would have gotten this personally because I don't really pay attention to this kind of stuff, but I felt like it was a fun question. And the answer might surprise you. All right, I'll give you 5 more seconds to lock in your answers. How many people have walked on the moon? I think it will be more than you think, Tanya. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Our answer is locked in. All right, answers are locked in. So Kingston says 1. Tanya says 3, but then she said 15, and we'll count that because we'll just count it. We'll just count that. Nyan says 2. Unyielding Gail says 2. Does learning how to do the moonwalk count? I don't think so. I don't think so. Kalpana Kowal, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I don't want to pronounce that correctly. I'm not sure what that. I'm assuming that is a festival. Is it a high number? Yes. 15. Okay. So the answer to that trivia question, how many people have walked on the moon, is actually 12. So if we count Tanya's change of answer, then she would be the closest. But yeah, definitely higher than I would have thought. I thought maybe like 6 people, because I'm thinking about like the first time they went to the moon, but I'm not sure. I couldn't remember how many people were actually on that mission. Whoa, really? Whoa. Yeah, that was the answer to the trivia question. How factual that is. Well, let me see. I'm gonna ask Google, because Dr. Google will be able to tell me, or at least confirm or deny that. Yes, 12 men have walked on the moon. There are 12 people, all of whom apparently were American men who participated in NASA's Apollo program between 1969 and 1972. I guess. So 12 people. Yes. All right, guys. It is time to get back to work. We are going to pull up our number wheel. And I'm going to give you guys a few moments to throw the guesses of how long we are going to sprint for in the chat. I'm hoping that we land on a big number, because I can't keep doing these little sprints. We ran into the same thing on the last stream. It was like 20 minutes, 25 minutes. It was not it. I feel like I did not get enough work done. So let's hope for a large number. Let's bring the large number energy into the room, please. I'm hoping that we land on 60 minutes this time, because I need more time to work on this morning. So 60 minutes is my guess. I'll give you guys 5 seconds to lock in your answers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, answers are locked in. We've got Kingston with 55, Tanya with 45, and you were just under over the limit, but we'll count it, because why not? We haven't spun the wheel yet. 55, and I'm gonna guess 60 minutes. Nyan says 20. All right, let's go ahead and spin the wheel in 3, 2, 1. Finally, a large number. 55 minutes. It's not 60, but we will take it, because it is better than 20, in my opinion. So we're going to do 55 minutes on the clock. Oops. Good job to Kingston and Unyielding Gale. Can we get some clapping emojis in the chat for them? Good job, guys. Sorry about the sirens. Someone's getting arrested. Yes, we've got the clapping in the comments. Great job. Great job to Kingston and Unyielding Gale. All right. So we've got 15 minutes on the clock, you guys. Let's lock in. Let's get some work done. We can all do it and accomplish our goals. I'm going to go ahead and start the timer in 3, 2, 1, focus. Okay, how did everybody do during that sprint? I got a lot done. I think I wrote, well, let me do some quick calculations. Yeah, I wrote 658 words during that sprint. So definitely picking up the pace a little bit. Let's see. We had Jess pop in to say hello. Hi, Jess. Hannah's here. Hi, Hannah. Hannah did some intense brainstorming for 30 minutes, and my creativity is dwindling, but I need to write to hit my deadline. I hope this isn't the last sprint. Definitely not the last sprint. I am feeling the need to to write some more because I've been like actually really good about writing almost every day, but I have been struggling to write for a long period of time, and or like higher word counts or adequate word counts, I guess, because I mean most days when I write I get around like 300 400 words. It's been really slow. And so this time, now that I'm like hitting my stride and I'm writing a lot, I want to stretch that out as long as I possibly can. So I will be doing that today. More sprints. But I'm glad that you got some brainstorming down. We can definitely do more sprints, so you will be able to get more words done today. It is getting better. Everybody's saying hi to Hannah. Need the group motivation. Yeah, I can definitely understand that. Unyielding Gale says, darn, I got a lot of work done. It's been a while. I'm glad you got a lot of work done. And everybody's saying hi. All right. Should we do some trivia? Maybe? How do we feel about some trivia? Tanya says, planning went well, but now I have to do the dishes, so I might go silent. No worries, Tanya. No worries. Got people wanting to do some trivia. All right. So like the last break that we took, I'm going to go ahead and pop the questions in the chat just for anybody who needs to see that, because I know I can talk kind of fast sometimes. All right. Here is a good icebreaker trivia question. The destruction of Pompeii in 79 AD was done by what volcano? The destruction of Pompeii in 79 AD was done by what volcano? I will give you a little bit of time to put in your answers. All right, I'll give you 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. So here are the answers that you guys dropped in the chat. Pompeii volcano. Now the song is stuck in my head. I'm not sure which song we're talking about. Tanya says Edna. Hannah's trying to remember the song. I don't know what song we're talking about. I feel like I have no idea what's going on. The one that erupted. I suck at these questions. Okay. And Tanya said same. Excuse me. So the correct answer, I feel like you guys are going to be like, oh, yeah, that's right. The correct answer was Mount Vesuvius. Mount Vesuvius is the correct answer. to this question. There's a song called Pompeii by Bastille. Oh yeah, I know the song. So that's funny. You guys. All right, so let's do another trivia question. Hopefully, hopefully we can get a good one next time that people can answer. Let's see. I'm trying to find one that I feel like everybody would know. All right, let's try this one. Let's try this one. Oh my gosh. The chat is going off. That's about the destruction. Shame on us. Pop music mindset. You guys crack me up. This video came in my feed randomly. Nice concepts. Thank you. Challenge. I can answer what's your name pretty well. Okay, so what are we writing? Well, you're writing whatever you want to write. I'm currently working on my dark fantasy project, and we're doing trivia at the moment. So the next trivia question, if everybody is ready, is what is the only country that borders the United Kingdom? What is the only country that borders the United Kingdom? I'll give you guys a little bit. I'm going to pull up a map. I know the answer, but I just want to see some things. Yeah, that makes sense. The only country that borders the United Kingdom. All right. I think everybody's locked in their answer. So I'm going to go through these answers real quick, and then I will reveal the answer. Asil says Wales. Kingston says the United States. Hi, Lizzie. Welcome in. Neil Dean-Gale says Wakanda. Okay. Hannah says Ireland. Lizzie says Ireland. Tanya says geography, my nemesis. Yeah, I can understand that. Web, I'm just gonna call you Web. Says Ireland. Nice concept. North Ireland, right? Okay. All right. So the correct answer is Ireland. Oh, come on. Let's not be accusatory in the comments, you guys. Possibly, but it's fine. It's all for fun and vibes. So Hannah says spatial reasoning 0. Everybody's saying Ireland, so Ireland. Yes, it's Ireland. I may or may not have looked it up to confirm I was right because I didn't want to look down. Okay. Hannah says I'm a cheater. It's fine, Hannah. It's fine. It's all a good fun. There's no like points or prize for getting it right anyway, so I don't think it really matters that much. Crazy. Yes, a little crazy. All right, we'll do one more. And then if anybody has any like questions or something like that before we can spin the wheel again and do some more sprints, because it is time to get back to business. One more trivia question though. One more trivia question. Because I'm obsessed with this. I love it. Okay. Should we do a hard one or should we do an easy one? What do we want? What do we want? This group is fun. I'm so glad you think so. I'm so glad you think so. I try to make it fun. Web says, I'm here in break in middle of my web development project, 5 minutes more waiting for the next. Okay. All right. Kingston says, challenge us. Lizzie says, hard. Hannah says, you may have already talked about this, but I need a Project Reaper update. Okay, I will give you a Project Reaper update after this next trivia question. Okay. Let's do... I feel like this one is attainable, but maybe more difficult for some people. So we'll do this one. What is the national dish of Spain? What is the national dish of Spain? Plate. Ceramic. You guys. Oh my God. All right, we're talking food here, not what you put the food on. You got to think of the food. You guys. All right. Come on. Serious answers only, you guys. Lock in. We got this. What is the national dish of Spain? All right. I'll give you 5 seconds to throw your answers in the chat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Answers are locked. So no more answers. Anything thrown in after this will not count. So Tanya says paella. So does Lizzie. Hannah says chocolate, hot chocolate specifically. And Kingston said tacos. Dish. I'm yielding, Gail. This answer came in after I counted, so it's not going to count, but I'm pretty sure Cheetos is not the right answer. They panicked. Okay. So actually, Tanya and Lizzie were correct. The national dish of Spain is paella. I hope I am pronouncing that correctly, because I'm probably not. But fun fact, I'm actually thinking about moving to Spain. So, and I've never had this dish, but this might be a regular thing in my future. I want to know now. Okay. Yes, gold stars in the chat for Tanya and Lizzie. We'll Google it anyways. Yeah. Charlie in Spain. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I got the okay from my employer that I could move abroad if I want to, which is pretty cool. That means that I could work and live in Spain or Italy or Greece. So my 4 choices right now that I'm like thinking about going to would be Portugal, Spain, Italy, or Greece. I know some Italian, so that would be easier for me. I barely know any Spanish. The only Spanish that I know is La Cucaracha and El Baño, and that's pretty much it. But I know quite a bit of Italian. So I'm thinking about it. but I just want to live somewhere in the Mediterranean near the sea where the weather is like nice all year round. That's my wish for my life. And now that I have the okay from my employer, I can do that because I can get like a digital nomad visa and work abroad. It would be fun, right? Hayaya sure does look good. I've seen pictures of it too, but I've never actually tried it. Yeah, Spain. Will I stream in Spain? Yes, I will never stop streaming. I would be in your time zone. Ooh, fancy. Yes, I thought so too. I could teach you about Spanish. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I do, like, the thing is that I'd have a leg up in Italy because I already speak, like, I wouldn't say it's like conversational, but it's enough to get me by until I could learn more about it. But yeah. Well, it sounds like quite the adventure moving abroad. I mean, yeah. I've done it before in Australia and New Zealand, but I've never actually lived like in a country where they don't speak my language, like my native language, I guess. Well, they do, but you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not their native tongue. So never lived abroad in one of those places before. All right, now Hannah wanted a Project Reaper update. Hannah, do you have any specific questions about Project Reaper that I can answer for you? Because really all I've got is that I am, my manuscript word count right now is 4,438 words. And it's going well. The voice is a little tricky because obviously I'm writing in a more like lyrical voice than I usually write in. So it's given me a little bit of hang-ups, but I have words for you if you want me to send them to you, or if you want, I can read you some from, actually, there's one that I think there is a passage that I think that you would get a kick out of, Hannah. That I'm like so tempted to read it, but I feel like without context, it's just like, it's just like, it would just be wild. What's that? I'm new here. So Project Reaper is the project that I'm working on right now. It is a dark fantasy with paranormal and psychological elements. And I'll read you the little blurb that I created so that you can for the premise is what I'm trying to say, because my brain is like not working correctly. So the premise of the book is Delaney thinks that she's the only one in the world who doesn't have a power. In a world where these special abilities are traded for basic necessities, Delaney is on the bottom of the totem pole. Thinking there is no other way to survive, she takes on dirty jobs and other deadly pursuits until Vesper, her heartless boss, does the unforgivable, sending Delaney into a fit of unyielding rage. When she wakes to find herself in the shop owner's body, she must find a way to set things right, sending her on a journey that forces her to grapple with her troubled past and some very deadly and very real demons. So that is the premise for Project Reaper. I'm in chapter 3 right now. I actually am almost finished writing chapter 3. I think I'm like this close. I'll probably finish that out on the stream. And it is a very large project. I'm thinking this is going to be a duology, actually. And I have 145,000 words left to write to get to my word goal for this project. So it's going to be a monster of a book, and it's probably going to kill me, but I will do my best. Hannah says, I'm happy with either. Yes, read, send. Hannah, I will send you the little piece that I'm talking about. I wish I could share with everybody, but I feel like it would just be like, it's really long and I don't want to send it all. But I will read something to you. Okay, I'm going to read the first paragraph of chapter 2 to you guys. I'm sorry. I struggle to read out loud, and especially when it's my work for some reason. So just bear with me. That Project Reaper thing. I'm obsessed with Project Reaper. Y'all aren't ready. I love the underdog story. Whoa, interesting. I am up for it. You got this. All right. Okay, guys. So this is the first paragraph of chapter 2. And please understand that this is first draft. So this is not what the final product is going to be. And just be nice in the chat, because we don't take unkindness very lightly here. So, all right, first draft, first paragraph, chapter 2. Rasmus's roots and blossoms thatched roof emerges over the crest of the hill, the radiant afternoon sun igniting it in a dusky amber glow. Delaney's eyes widen as she takes in the beauty of the landscaper's gardens, lush with vibrant blooms, each garden bed overflowing with various vegetables, flowers, and fruits. She cannot tell where one plant ends and another begins as she works her way down the path. The gardens are cleverly split into sections by roots he's weaved. They twist over each other like a loose braid. She remembers watching him use his magic to craft them from nothing, his hands weaving through the air to mold them into their hollow spirals before placing them and tying off the threads of his magic. Now they are a permanent fixture. A sharp pang settles into Delaney's stomach at the thought. The memory is nothing but a sharp reminder of what she'll never have. That is the first paragraph of chapter 2. So, first draft words, be nice. Yeah. So, how are we feeling? Should we do more sprints? What are the thoughts? I love the loose braid line. That's such a good descriptor. Thank you. Thank you so much. So beautiful. You did a great job. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, you guys, this paragraph took me like 600 years to write. It felt like 600 years anyways. Kingston says, let's do it. All right. So I am going to pull up my little number picker wheel thingy and we will spin. But before we spin, you guys know the drill. Please drop your guesses in the chat. How long are we going to sprint for? We've got a couple options. Let's hope we don't land on 20, because that will just piss me off, if I'm being completely honest. Let's do an hour. Hopefully Hannah understands. Let's do 60. I'm hoping 60 minutes. Anybody else want to guess? I'm thirsty. All right, I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, your answers are locked in. Kingston says 60. Tanya's 60. Unyielding Gale says 45, but I gotta go, unfortunately. Thank you for keeping me focused. It's no problem. Thank you so much for being here. Maybe you can join us next time. Yes, everyone on the 60 train. All right, let's spin this wheel in 3, 2, 1. All right. I can deal with 40. 40 is a good number. 40 is a good number. So 40 it is. Let's go ahead and get this timer updated. And nobody got it. I think everybody was just like, let's do an hour. 40 is great. It is great. Way better than 20. Yes, I agree. I can't do this. I used to be able to do those short sprints, but I cannot do it anymore. It doesn't get me anywhere. So let's lock in. We've got 40 minutes on the clock in 3, 2, 1. Good luck, everybody. All right, guys, how did everybody do? We did have some people pop in during that sprint, so I'm just going to say hi to everybody really quick. Jen is here. She found the stream randomly, so she is new. Everybody welcome Jen. She's currently listening to Salem's Lot. I love that book, by the way, and cleaning today. I hope everybody is doing well. Cody popped in too. I'm not sure if he's still here, but if he is, hello and welcome. Hope you came ready to write. And Peyton is here. Hi, Peyton. Everybody tell me, how did they do during that sprint? I, to be completely honest, spent most of it completely distracted by things that I shouldn't have been distracted by. But I did manage to get some words written. So let me just really quickly figure out how many. All right, so I wrote like 384 words. Not bad. I did finish chapter 3 and I started working on chapter 4, which is exciting. We are almost to the catalyst. So the catalyst in my book happens in chapter 5. So chapter 4 is going to be a short chapter, I think. So I might actually get started on working on that during this sprint, which is really exciting. Kingston says that he is almost done with AP Chemistry. Very exciting. Kingston is studying for a test, so hopefully everybody can wish him good luck on his test. Hannah says, I feel like that was such a productive sprint. I got 772 words. Dang, Hannah, great job. You did such a good job. Got some people saying hello, hello. Peyton got nothing, but I just showed up. That's so fair, Peyton. You kind of, yeah, like you said, you just showed up like kind of close to the end of the sprint. So, but there will be more. So stick around. There will be more. Yash is here saying hello. We've got Cozy Spaces with Tea. Hello. How are you? Are you working on anything today? Hannah Grace Fletcher, please subscribe. Okay. Yeah, if you haven't done so already and you are here, feel free to like and subscribe to the channel. We do these writing sprints every Wednesday at 5:30 p.m. Central Time and Saturdays at 8 a.m. Central Time. Yeah. Well, you did such a good job. 772 words is nothing to scoff at all. And I did not even get close to that. And I was like super, super distracted. Everybody did such a great job during that sprint. All right. Shall we do some trivia? Do we want to do some trivia? Yeah, like, comment, subscribe. T says, I'm studying for my law exam. Very cool. That sounds like a lot of work. I wish you good luck. Working on some thumbnails for next week. Eye emoji. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, Cody. Like, I know we have our stream coming up on the 4th. I completely panicked this morning because for some reason I was thinking that it was today. Why? Don't know. But I was, and I panicked and I was like, oh my God. And then I looked at the calendar and I was like, thank goodness. And then you popped into the sprint and it was like, oh no, was it actually today? And I questioned everything that I knew about everything, even the date on the calendar. And I'm not gonna lie, like, sometimes I feel like I have date amnesia where I literally, like, I will think that it's like the beginning of the month when it's really the end of the month and vice versa. So it's just, and we're like coming close to the end of this month. So like my brain is all sorts of discombobulated. Snake Eye says, what's going on here? We are doing writing sprints and productivity sprints. So if you've got something to work on today, feel free to stick around. We're going to do a couple more, I think maybe 1 or 2 more writing sprints. So if you feel like being productive, that's what we're doing here today. Thumbnails, sure. Trivia, yes, we're going to do some trivia for sure. Hannah says we're doing, oh, you were answering his question. Yeah, I literally I was panicking so hard. I just just panicking. Hey, let's have a collab. Maybe. I'm not sure what you do, so let me know and I'll think about that. So excited for the 90-day novel challenge. Yes, me too. I am definitely going to try because it is my goal to finish this first draft before the end of the year. But my progress has been so slow. I don't know that I'll be able to even get halfway there. And this is going to be a big book. So, like 150,000 words is a lot. So I don't know that I'll be able to make it, but I'm going to do my freaking best. Like everybody in that challenge, everybody is going to do their freaking best. So many new people today. Yes, there are a lot of new people today. And I usually don't have this many people in the streams. Like usually it's just like maybe 2 or 3, maybe 4. So it's quite a surprise that there's so many people here. Are you a famous book writer? No, not yet, but maybe I will be someday. Kingston says, oh, I forgot to tell you, I will only now go to your stream on Wednesdays because I got a job internship and we'll be starting next Saturday and we'll keep working for the rest of the year. Well, congratulations on getting the internship. And that's so okay. You just come when you can. There's no expectation for you to be here every single time. I'm just happy if anybody shows up and it'll be cool. I am not looking for a video editor, so no, thank you. I enjoy doing that on my own. Everybody say congratulations to Hannah. Or not to Hannah, to Kingston, sorry. I mean, you could say congratulations to Hannah too, because Hannah did 772 words on the last sprint, so she deserves a congratulations as well. You are so welcome. Hannah, I was like, what did I do? Yeah, well, you did a great job on the last sprint. Say, guys, I am just a girl who likes to write, and I'm from the United States. All right, let's do some trivia. And I'm going to try to find some easy ones because last time, I mean, we had some good answers in the last trivia session, but I feel like some of the questions have been a little obscure. Like, who knows some of these things? I don't know, but we're going to try to find something maybe a little bit easier. Let's see. All of these are like so weird and like kind of hard, honestly. Like not everybody would know a lot of these. Okay, let's try this one because I feel like this might be common knowledge, and if it's not, then I'm so sorry. Trivia. You could do writing related ones or reading. That is a good idea. Let's try that. So let's see. Oh my gosh, some of these are like kind of creepy. All right. I have to find maybe easier ones because I don't even know if everybody would know those ones. Okay. We're going to just stick to the regular list. I'm going to have to do some more research, and maybe in the next sprint, we could try that. Because I don't think that y'all want to wait around while I try to find all of these. Bro, I just made eye contact with the person from across from me at the coffee shop help. Hannah, get out of there as fast as possible. You should not be in that coffee shop. No, I'm just kidding. You're going to be fine. It's all right. All right. So, trivia. We'll do 3 questions and then we will spin the wheel for the next sprint time. This is the first trivia question. What is the most common first language in the world? What is the most common first language in the world? All right, 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right, answers have been locked in. Answers are locked in, okay? Kingston, this is a country, so I'm assuming that you mean English. Snake Eye says English. Peyton says English. Cody says Mandarin. And Hannah says Spanish, maybe Mandarin. It's okay. It's Saturday. You've been studying for a while. Do not even worry about it. They said did not spell that right. Yeah, I don't even know if I would. I don't think I would be able to spell it right either off the top of my head. And there are typos as well. So Cody and Hannah were correct. The most common first language in the world is actually Mandarin. Yes. Yeah. I thought that would be an easy one, but I guess not. I like those kinds of things. Yes. Stars for Cody, stars for Hannah. Learning every day, yes. Trivia is a great way to learn just like random facts, but there are some trivia questions like, when will you ever really need to know that information? Probably never. Probably never. Here's an easy one. This will be trivia question number 2. I hope everybody is ready because I'm about to throw it in the chat. Yes, everybody, if you haven't done so already, go over to Cody's channel, and we are going to be streaming on his channel on the 4th of October at 10 a.m. on that Saturday. So go over there real quick and hit notify because love to see you all there. And it says, I feel like also asking writers adds a whole nother level to it because we all just live in our book. Facts. All right. I hope everybody's ready for question number 2. This one should be super, super easy. It is, what is the most common eye color in humans? What is the most common eye color in humans? I'll give you a second to lock in your answers. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Cody says brown. Kingston says brown. Snake Eye says brown. Hannah says brown. Peyton says brown. The correct answer is brown. All of you are correct. Do not question yourself, Peyton. Do not question yourself. You were right. You were right the first time. Brown. Everybody give yourself a round of applause. You did so well. Okay, we're going to do one last question. I'm going to make this a difficult one. So just so you are aware, this will be the most difficult question that I ask. And it's also the funniest. So, me too, Cody. Me too. Okay. What is the national animal of Scotland? What is the national animal of Scotland? I'll give you guys a minute to lock in your answers. I know. I don't think any of you guys are going to get this. It's actually ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous. Give you a little bit more time. Like, I would love this to be the national animal for the United States, but okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Kingston says a jaguar. Payne says, oh shit. Yeah, same. When I saw that, I was like, wait, what? Hannah says tortoise. Snake Eyes doesn't know. That is a guess, yes. Payne says, I'll say fox because why not? Yeah, facts. I only know this because it doesn't exist. It's a unicorn. Snake Eye says platypus. Oh my God, a unicorn is iconic. So Cody was actually correct. The national animal of Scotland is actually a unicorn. That's one of the reasons why I laughed, because it is actually so funny. And obviously it doesn't exist, but it's great, right? Like, I want that to be our national animal. Oh my gosh, how cool would it be to have a unicorn as your national animal? Like, that's so cool. I love it so much. Yes, stars to Cody. Cody, that is like the most random fact. Like, how did you know that? I need to know. Bro, imagine. Yeah, no kidding. Cody says, I friggin' love trivia. I used to go with my friends every Wednesday in college. Yeah. I like trivia too, but I'm like bad at it unless it's like about geography or like other like weird things, like niche things that nobody would guess about, that they don't really come up in trivia too often. Put a unicorn on the Stars and Stripes. Oh my God, could you imagine how many people would freak out about that? But he says, I'm pretty sure they were talking about it on Troublemaker Stream once too. So that's why I remember. Ah, got it. Got it. Got it. Tell your country's friends. Are you asking what the national animal for the United States is? I think it's isn't it like a bald eagle? Yeah, it's a bald eagle for the United States. Which, I mean, they are pretty cool, but not as cool as a unicorn. Yeah. All right. Shall we do the thing and spin the freaking wheel, you guys? We gotta get some more work done, I think. Yeah, it's boring. Bro ain't even bald. I cannot. No, it's really not. It's really not. We get a I don't know how many you ever see in Tennessee, Cody, but I know in Iowa we get them everywhere. They're all over the place here. All right, put your guesses in the chat, guys. We're going to spin the wheel in a second. We are going to spin the wheel. How many minutes are we going to get? I vote 60. These are our options. I will give you 5 seconds to lock in your answers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, everybody's answers are locked in. Hannah says 60. Peyton says 45. Kingston says 45. Snake Eyes says 50. And Cody says 35. All right. I'm going to spin the wheel. $50. 50 it is. So everybody throw some clapping emojis or golden stars or something in the chat for Snake Eyes because we are sprinting for 50 minutes. Let me go ahead and update the timer really quickly. Now we're finally getting some long ones. We were starting the sprints with all of the short ones, and I was going crazy because I was like, I need to write today, and I was getting nowhere. And now we are getting these longer sprints. Thank goodness. All right. I have the timer locked and loaded. Let's go ahead and okay, good. Everybody is giving Snake Eyes the recognition, which is exactly what we want. We're going to go ahead and start the timer now in 3, 2, 1. Everybody focus. All right, guys, how did everybody do during that sprint? I am definitely hitting a wall. I think this is probably going to be the last one because I don't think I could do this anymore. I need to take a little bit of a break and just like step away from my computer and stretch. During that sprint, I wrote 304 words, but I did write a full chapter because one of the chapters that I was working on is just like kind of short. So my word count for the day is 1,696 words. So I feel pretty good about that. I feel like I got enough done for right now. I might come back to it later. We'll see. Who knows? Let's see. Peyton got 710 words. Congratulations, Peyton. You did such a great job on that sprint. Definitely take a break. Yeah, I need to. I definitely need to. I've been sitting here for so long. And my dog is probably mad at me. He needs a walk, I think, for this afternoon. So it was good. I have to go anyway. All of you have a good rest of your day. Okay, Kingston, thank you so much for being here. Have a good rest of your day as well. Good job. Breaks are necessary. Yes, they are. Hi, Public Stage. How are you? Hannah got 658 words, had a little more, but needed to delete it because the voice wasn't quite right. Yeah, I get that 100%. I'm actually, one thing I will say that happened on this last sprint was I realized one of the reasons why I've been struggling is because I'm writing this book in the wrong perspective. So I've talked about this a couple of times. The book is, I was originally thinking that the book should be written in present tense, third person. But on closer inspection, I'm thinking that it's going to be present tense, first person, because I keep trying to like explain what Delaney is thinking, how she is feeling, but it's really hard to do in third person. And also just like I have written some things in advance, just like, you know, those when we get those ideas in the middle of the night, when you have like a string of prose that you want to write down and things like that, or just like an idea for a scene. I was writing all of those things down in first person. So I made a discovery and I switched the first chapter. I went back through and I adjusted it also. Instead of like saying Delaney, now it's saying I, and like just like changed a couple of things in the first chapter to match up to that. And I think what I'm going to do before the end of the day is do that with all of the chapters that I've written so far, since I'm so I'm like just at the start. It's not like I had to go back through the whole thing and fix that. I'm going to just fix it now so that it makes editing easier. So I'm glad that I caught that before I got any further into the project, because that would have been so difficult to fix. And I mean, something that I could have done in the second draft, but again, like it's just another thing that I don't have to worry about when I get to draft 2. So Peyton, that's amazing. Yes, it is 710 words. That's such a good sprint. You did a great job. Of course, and thanks. I love that for Delaney though. Let her speak. Yeah, exactly. Like there's just like, I mean, I know you can do like you know, almost like a thought bubble or something when you're in third person, but it just makes more sense this way. It's just, I don't know. I think also writing in first person really lets the reader get super close. Like they're not just watching, you know, when you're imagining it in your head when you're reading, they're not like watching it happen to another person. It's easier to imagine yourself in that role when it's written in first person, in my opinion. Peyton says, I'm writing first person present tense right now too. How's that going for you, Peyton? Let me know all about it. Oh yes, it's so good that you caught that so early. Yeah, exactly. I just like, I'm so glad, because like that would have been a really tedious task to have to go change that perspective if I hadn't caught it so early. So I'm really glad that I caught that. Anyways, Yes, Hannah did great as well. Everybody did such a good job, and we had a very active chat this time around, which I'm so happy and thankful for. Sometimes it can be a little awkward when there's not a whole lot of people interacting in the chat, and we had such an active chat this time around. So thank you guys so much for that. I really, really appreciate you all being here and participating in the trivia and stuff too. My streams are going to change a little bit. I know Peyton and Hannah are really familiar with Evelyn's streams. She's given me some ideas that I would like to incorporate into my streams moving forward. So I am going to be switching streaming software and doing a little bit more of a personalized stream, just trying to make it more fun and engaging. So that is coming up probably in October. In the October sprints sometime. Also, StreamYard likes to limit how much we can stream for. And for the first time last month, I hit my limit. So definitely going to need to be changing my software around a little bit. So Hannah says, my book is third person pass, but it has a lot of the inner thought of the characters, but they just blend with everything else. So I don't have to say she thinks, so it can be done. But sometimes it just works so much better to have more direct connection between the main characters and the reader. Yeah, I agree 100%. Honestly, first person feels so right with getting into my character's head. I used to do past tense, but I'm enjoying the present tense because it feels much more immersive. Yeah. And that's what I'm going for. Like, I've given parts of this project to Hannah. I gave a snippet of it to Evelyn, and I gave a snippet of it to Taylor and Wright. And they all said, well, I can't remember what your exact words were, Hannah, but I know Taylor said that I have like a very atmospheric voice. And I feel like when it's in third person, like it works. It still works really well, but I just feel like the reader will get a better experience when it's in first person. It does feel more immersive. And from my perspective, although I am definitely like Hannah, like I write in third person past tense most of the time. So this is a whole new territory for me, but I am enjoying it. It's great. Yeah, but before we go, are there like any questions or actually I have a question for you guys because like I said, I am going to be upgrading my streams moving forward. I don't know when exactly that change will take into effect because there's some things that I'm going to have to set up to get it looking right. But I am creating a wheel, and I know Evelyn has Wheel of Doom, so I don't want to do something similar, but I like the concept that she has where she flips to a different wheel. I was wondering what you guys would think about, instead of a Wheel of Doom, having like a Rider's Gauntlet wheel where we spin it and maybe there's like multipliers or like different things that writers do. Like, for example, writing prompts or a challenge or something like that that we try to accomplish during the sprint. What do you guys think about that? Let me know. Because I kind of like that idea. But also with the multipliers, that can get tricky too, because if you have a 2 times multiplier and then you hit 60 minutes, like that's a 2-hour sprint. So how do we feel? Ooh, I love the multipliers. Ooh, multipliers and writing challenges would be fun. Yeah. Like if we forced to add a certain prompt to our seed. Yeah, like I was thinking like if like for example, the wheel could have like a sliver for writing prompts, a sliver for like a multiply, like a couple different slivers for multipliers, and maybe just like a couple other things. And then if you landed on the writing prompt, then I would have like a preset list of prompts or something that would be chosen at random, like use the word blue in your next paragraph or something like that, or like and the challenges could be something crazy like try to finish finishing a scene or editing a scene or something of that nature. You know what I mean? You could do dividing too, like a good version. I love the word prompt. We could do show and tell. Yeah, exactly. And like, I don't know, it's just like a better way to keep it engaging. You know what I mean? If you have ideas, DM me on Instagram, because like we could like talk about the ideas a little bit more. Maybe we can like come up with something fun. And then when people join in like as co-hosts, they could partake in that, and it would just be really fun and cool. I don't know. I just think it's a good idea. I'm glad you think so, Payne. I just want to make it more engaging and just like fun for everybody. So, all right. Well, I think that is going to be it. I don't think I could do any more right now. Yes, so fun. Thank you, Hannah. I honestly don't think I could do any more right now. Like I need to take a break. So I'm gonna let you guys get back to your day. If you haven't done so already and you would like to, please give this a like and a subscribe. Yes, Hannah knows the drill. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I also post like other types of writing content, not just the live streams. I do like writing vlogs and other things. I'm sitting on a video right now that I'm going to be posting hopefully within the next week or so. I've just been procrastinating like it's nobody's business because I want it to be right. I want it to be good for you guys. So I'm going to let you guys go. Thank you so much for being here. As always, I appreciate every single one of you, and I will see you in the next one.